Hi. Hey. Yo. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive, and it's Monday, and it's 2:41 p.m. on 2/23/26. That's a February 23, 26, and 23rd, excuse me. And it's 72 degrees in my house, as you can see on my clock there. And you can see on Monday, 2:42, 72 degrees, 2:23. I am starting my recording now an hour late because we were listening to some Heart videos earlier, and I forgot about Ann Wilson and how amazing she is, and she's now a really big inspiration. I'll probably have to listen to some more Heart because I don't know Heart very well. And yeah, and then so after about an hour of that, I put on this girl who did a 40-minute thing on autism and addiction, and we're in the last 15 seconds of that. I'm gonna pop it off the big face. I'm playing some Eve. I'm playing some Final Fantasy 11. You let me in? Yeah, let me in. And then and some Mortal, and I'm gonna drop it off the big face here. Oops. Oh, that like lags my program.
Describe it to you. But one thing is that Roman just thinks he has talk about the Epstein thing. This is my least favorite conspiracy thing. It's so totally to talk about the files. It's too much for his little white sensibilities. Or it could be that, all of the people that you've been hosting on your show might not want you to talk about their kind of experience. Anyway, here's this mentally wrong man on Joe Rogan talking about Jordan.
There's no eye-popping amount. Insider called insanity is up around 11 billion in the current a record $127 billion budget proposal approved associated city leaders planning to approve a whopping 9.5% proposed funding.
9.5. Can you pause it? Okay, you guys heard what I just said, right? That is not what the proposal is. He is trying to force capital because property taxes is the only thing that America can control on the taxation side. The governor can make a choice to pay a 50% tax on the 33K millionaires that are living in New York City, and that is what Elon is pressuring her to do. And the Post leaves that entire part out. And this dumb, bald thumb is like, holy shit!
Things like I said, like actual economy. Like why did Honduras come in the past 15 years? Well, because Obama and Hillary Clinton kept trying to force it. And it's not US national approach. We don't say no to those people what the heck. Likewise with Venezuela or all these other countries. We don't even say that. If you vote, if you buy, what's the best thing to do about these people? Send them out even this whole thing about trafficking them taxes of the sending them to it's not allowed to because the Republicans own that. So what do we have to do when we're cities that are actually dealing with folks who are seeking asylum or immigrating? Yes, we are in a situation where they're not allowed to work. And we give them stipends. That's when it's called, you know why they get phone? It's when it's stuck in with immigration. Like, this whole thing is, this whole job is nonsense. Because no one can do to make up themselves with the taxes people.
Yeah, so what I enjoy, why I want to is these dummies are like talking about the budget and they want to be really serious about it. The size of the budget, billions, blah, blah, blah. But then you get down to brass tacks and what he really is the problem. One is the lie about the property tax increase. And then it's completely unload on immigrants. Like, we're I mean, I just want to go back a little bit because he says he doesn't give them anything. I mean, he's is some sort of just, here to listen to all ideas. That is a very vicious way of speaking about immigrants, and this guy is trying to say, well, you need to excuse them.
And why is he getting so because it's so rare that live in New York City to be 1,200,000 people that want to make things like that. That he is placing it onto immigrants. It's not his shit.
Yeah, and what the stuff for illegals that he's referring to, one, he's also, Mamdani has said that children of undocumented people get to benefit from universal, or undocumented people get to benefit from the universal passport, okay, so they can do it in the New York process. The other thing he's referring to is that in the budget, there is a portion of it that is for deportation defense and immigration legal and services for the people in the city. And as somebody who lives here and lives here, I say, more cities should be funding immigration legal services because part of why the Gestapo, the ICE Gestapo, and the deportation regime is able to brutalize people and send them into camps like this and take advantage of them when they're showing up to their court proceedings in the way that is legal and doing everything right is because there's this major gap in resources, and immigration legal services are just so few and far between, and those people are really stretched in right now. I'm thrilled that my mayor is doing that entirely.
That's only 21 million.
Exactly.
That's just $5 billion
That he's talking about there. And the reason that we're in this situation is because Eric Adams was so corrupt that he knew that the predecessor would have to deal with this, and he chose to put that on Mamdani's feet, and Mamdani is unwilling to engage in the same kind of austerity measures that previous mayors would in this kind of situation because he wants to deliver for New Yorkers.
Yeah, we did not vote for Mamdani to be cut. And that's what the local is left on saying. I guess it's not saying. He seems to think he could balance the budget based on immigrants. And you never, again, they blame everything on immigrants because they all like it out of this is the Jews and the 30s. It's just the other that they can put all the problems out. Why do fucking Jews and Mexicans own what you need immigrants for? Why do you don't have jobs? It's health. It's because you need immigrants for something. It's people who Joe Rogan and the people that are guests on the show like Peter Kia that are making hamburger strips for these imaginary problems. Like, you need to give how much money have we given to Tom Cruise in the past year? And you still want to get critical about that at any point? Or
They were legally supposed to have a bidding process for contracts, and they gave Tom Cruise $1 billion contract without any competitive bidding process, and it's completely different. His friend, I want to finish this, I'm sorry. Just go back 10 seconds.
Because that is ultimately the thing to do. You can put people.
Do you mind willing to have a really good explanation here as to where the entity should be directed and what the story is really about? He's a public advocate here in New York City. This is the message that is accurate.
So I think folks should be angry about what was proposed. I already met the people angry with the right people. And I think folks should be angry at Kathy Hochul, who has said that she won't be entertained taxing the wealthy. When we talk about it, she said we're taxing the wealthy and taxing everybody. New York, all in a race to get New York cut services from everybody else. And that's really what we're doing.
Who needs that right now? Is it people like migrants, or is it people like Joe Rogan? I'm the answer is pretty bad last year. And the problem is, people like Joe Rogan and the 30,000 people who do impact average tax, they buy politicians. And so that's what we have now. But I will say, we covered this a few days ago, and our video on it has 20 million views. And I'll read the comments. And this is not the down, but I've seen other people have already too. The comments are very clearly on the line of, this is refreshing that when Jonathan spoke of the clothes so quick. That we can spread this tax go around, if we want to erase it, the kind of thing we're going to do, what are we covering? What's the first thing that we're covering? That's what we're covering within our TV budget, that's what we're covering but yeah, like, people get it. People get it. I tell you that thing that, and I think that, Joe on the back up around 265,000 views. Let's just pull this up here. If you look at the comments on this, I would argue that this is, there's a lot of things that this is work with service, so let's just go get that right. People get it, like, the right thing has a big uphill battle here to try to say that how bad it go around the property tax. It's like, everyone knows we have community.
Yeah. I'm curious if Joe Rogan's immigrant ancestors are living in government housing. Quantum Stretcher. What do you think of Home Downers homelessness can't increase policy? I saw the headline. I need to look more into it before I comment on it. And that's really not a reason away from the critical opinion if it warrants it, but I want to look more into it. Maybe TikTok. I think we're all asking for sure that we have a gallery doing.
authorities offer $1.7 million for information partner. And then, of course, it's I will say, unless direct call, extra transport, plane, really no opportunity to disrupt. And there is no demand for consumption. It's not being cartels. It's a big product. Remember the drug application, research drug addiction, and as far as people responsibly operating like in Mexico, they go step up to it's also a position where it reflects the United States and how many people right dead. And as far as where the long-term impact is concerned, we've seen it in the economy, but also
Actually, on that note, the same day the Huckabee interview came out, he was talking about reporters that sees activism for
Check, check, check. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know. Sorry, guys. If it was messed up, I don't know. Fallout 76. I can't place a door on support. I have 2 foundations and it won't let me. Why? Okay. I'm not fighting with this anymore. Just stereotype looks. Oh, what's this now? There's a bestower lining up on me for some reason.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
Suddenly bad people show up in the place.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I think I will go back to what I was doing, but try a different tact.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
All the amenities I need are in the shelter. No perk effects, which is crazy. I thought I would get a burn there, but no, I didn't. It's just the same as any other knife. I think custom fits my mind frame more.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I think I'm gonna turn off her UI speech for a little while. I'm kind of tired of hearing her say the same things over and over again. I think it's bad for the stream. Yeah, I'm going through Jita. Yeah, I guess I am. Well, fuck, then let's stop then. And I'll just dump this ice. Oh, wait. No, wait. Never mind, we're fine, we can move forward. I left it in the station, which is the smart thing to do. Okay, so I don't think this is my game. I don't know. I want a third slot game. I guess it's like FFXI, but like already I think FFXI is like hard to play every day. I'll go and cook copper. I like 76, but I know that I've done everything. Yeah, I don't want to run through this game again. Oh, no, I don't. It's a fun mode, but I don't need it, and it doesn't share progress. $100. Yes, I will go. I'll just look at the price of crystals. 323 and they're at 1900, which is insane. That's still cheaper though. I believe I will go out on my BST. And that's what I'll do as a main in the meantime. Play some Tamer stuff. I'd rather play Tamer in FFXI than Immortal. I'm going to load Oblivion Remaster, maybe. I'm going to drop settings on Eve currently because I'm not really playing the game. I don't know. They're okay where they're at. Okay, good. Undock and go to the ice belt. Take a look at the local and nobody bad. Alright, what was I gonna do? I can't remember. Maddie Rush. There seems to be enough things here. Yeah, sure. Hello. Tip 10% estimated mind value. Estimated mind value. 10%. Oh no, I'm alright. I don't want to tip you mind value. I'm terribly sorry. I'm alright. The rules, system to me, eviction scout standings, the tip book and okay. Yep, just I got a fleet. I will tip Orca. Where is it? I'm just gonna tip him now. Fuck it. I have no problem. Pilot, give money. 5,000,000 ISK for the boost. Let's send 5,000,000 too. See if we can clear the belt. I don't know. So now, I'm going out to Volbo. Oh, Shit, I probably need Signet. Son of a bitch. I don't know. Who owns Volvo? Let's see. Does Bastock own Volvo? No, so I will need to go get my Signet, which is annoying. That's alright. I have the right spec to... Oops, gotta switch macros to BST. Now, flee. Oops. Oops. This sound is still really high, and I'm going to fix that because it's not balanced correctly. I want you down. Much quieter. Ginger fried. Zarian. Do I have a scroll of warp? Yes, I do. Yeah, I suppose I could use an instant re-raise. Scroll of instant re-raise. Use it. Instant re-raise. Scroll of instant re-raise. Now I'm going to... I'm excited for Midnight, guys. Thank you for buying me Midnight. I decided to get into it. I was kind of looking to return it, but it's like they won't let me because I use the mounts already, which is fine. That's, you know, I don't mind buying Midnight. It sucks not to have the expansion. Okay, I'm gonna kill... Oh, so I'm gonna send this re-raise scroll out of my list. Yeah, here, 1 second. Oh, I have to go receive, which is so annoying. I'm gonna go do that and get it out of the way. Oops. I got up right at the end. It's not my style, unfortunately. Wait, what? I believe I black screened. Oh, yes, I remember now what I was going to do. I was going to see the performance remaster again. I think I will unlink Avowed. I don't think Avowed is a good game. It's not very optimized, and that's what I'm judging games on by now. It won't play with other games in the background well, then I'm not really interested. Why did I play that on the Xbox? Because I was like, oh, for way less you can just play the game. I am, wait, I want to go all the way to low. There we go. Oh, I need a book. I totally spaced it. I need a book. What do I buy? I guess it's concentration 3. Let's go do that. Yeah, you're taking a while, huh? While you like change all the settings and everything. You didn't crash, did you? No, you're just loading. Yeah, you are loading, huh? Okay, now we work on concentration 3. And I go back to chopping wood. I'll buy axes while I'm out here. God damn, that took you a long time. God damn, that took you a long time to load. Maybe I needed to cache in the different settings, maybe, I don't know. Seems like it's gonna load now.
Take care.
There it is, I'm in low, it's got a cache and everything. See, now that we got in and all the settings are set and everything, believe it or not, I'm gonna exit game, which is so dumb, but it hasn't cached correctly. But I want the settings set this way, and I want the client coming in under a different, like, cache. Okay, so there we go. Da, da, da. $19.25. to the banker. Oh. I need to check the daily. See, now it's going to cache better. It took a while, but... And I don't think this load is nearly as bad.
Take care.
Yep, much faster, see it? Bandit. 25 bandits, yeah. I'll pop in on my main and grab that. Bandits. Oops. Dire wolves. I don't know. We could kill dire wolves. That is actually what I could do. I'll take a dire wolf daily because I need the Theron. I need the Therons for sting, or not sting, but precise strikes. I think that's what it is. Precise strikes, yeah. I need precise strikes, which means I need this Razorback daily. Or direwolf, I mean. Direwolves are kind of scary, but you can kill them. I could go off on a journey to try and kill direwolves with my main. I suppose that's an option. Oh, this... I am not mining. I think this isn't a playable experience. We're just going to get rid of it. Unfortunately. Direwolf Therons would be good. I could take her to Direwolf Therons and just kill direwolves for her and let her get the killing blow, I suppose, is a way to do this. I think they both get credit, actually. That is something I could do instead of Oblivion. Oh, did that kill? Yeah, that did. That killed my Final Fantasy, which is annoying. Or I could just go over there on foot with like some cuprum and a set. I suppose like walk over there on foot. How far is that supposed to be? Dire Wolf is 1,000 meters. On foot, that's not that bad. Or, I mean, I could just take a horse, I suppose. But it means prepping up and going over there. That is an option, I guess. I could play BST and just go over there on my mage main. Sorry, I bumped my mic. I'm going to try and make it a little higher there. Sorry. I will try and keep the mic about where I don't hit it or bump it or anything. Oh, stretch. No. Cancel. So, yeah, I want to get on my main and go grab the quest before my sub runs out. And I'll just hold the bandit quest for when I next, like, play. I don't think I'm going to take her over to Direwolf. She doesn't need the Theron. She doesn't need... Well, I mean, she could always use more Clade XP, I suppose. It's better for both characters if I do that, but, I mean, I don't know. I think something major is coming to Mortal, and I don't care about either of these characters anymore if Sarduka's opening. I will go... Mage and Sarduka. It'll be hard to do. And it requires chopping wood, which goal-wise, I don't know. I don't know about that. It's hard to scratch your way up in the beginning. I can't seem to get more revolutions. And this belt's ending. Who are these people? I'm going to take a look at their Eviction Scout Inc. A Hungry Hunk Gate post. I'm going to try to make 5 extra million here. Instead of just breaking even. So. Yeah, I could go out and dagger some dire wolves. I have ecumenical and I could... I don't know. No, she can't really tank dire wolves. That's not something she can do so well. I could shoot dire wolves and let her get the killing blow. Maybe. I'm here to go grab, yeah, on GeForce Now, this game's really good and smooth. Allium, I mean, I'll take it. And dire wolves, yep. And bandit. Okay. I want to... I could take us to to Direwolf. I could take pigs and I could just kill Direwolf. Well, I guess I wouldn't take a pig, no. Oh yeah, I would ride out on a horse and I would have her drive. Yeah. I don't feel like playing Mortal, and I don't believe I will. And I don't have to do this today. So, but we got the quests, and that's the good thing. Yeah, I don't think I need to stay in now. Got family dinner soon. We're having kale soup. Oh, I went to go receive, and I crashed. God damn it. Now I gotta log over and I'll probably crash again.
In coming months, intended to drive Iranian leaders from power if they fail to agree to his demands after diplomacy or limited strikes. With sources also reportedly telling them that Trump has been leaning toward conducting an initial strike in the coming days in order to pressure Iran's leaders into making a deal. So that's something we could potentially see in a matter of days because, you know, negotiators from the United States and Iran, they're currently set to meet in Geneva this Thursday for what's been described as a last-ditch negotiation to avoid a military conflict. Or I guess in other words, we should know in a few days by the end of the week if missiles are going to be flying or not. Maybe. Kinda. Right, and then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, if your wireless bill is over $15 a month, I need you to sit down because you've been robbed politely. Today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, was essentially built to save you money on your phone bill. They give you premium wireless without the premium price, and you can sign up online without dealing with store chaos. And right now, they're actually offering you beautiful bastards 50% off unlimited wireless plans. Lock it in Mint's lowest price ever, $15 a month on a 3, 6, or 12-month plan. All plans come with unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network, and so yeah, you can doom scroll in peace. Or maybe you don't need unlimited. Mint has 5 gigabyte, 15 gigabyte, 20 gigabyte, basically a plan for every level of I never leave Wi-Fi. And the whole model's simple. You buy in 3, 6, or 12-month chunks, and the longer you buy, the more you save. Just activate from home with eSIM, keep your number, or grab a new one, and there's a money-back guarantee if you're nervous. So stop letting your wireless bill break your bank. Get this new customer offer and pay just $15 a month for a 3, 6, or 12-month plan. That's 50% off an unlimited wireless plan at mintmobile.com/DeFranco. Again, that's mintmobile.com/DeFranco, or scan that QR code. Go pay less and feel morally superior about it. But then, diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about how Secret Service shot and killed an armed 21-year-old guy just outside of Trump's place in Mar-a-Lago. Right around 1:30 in the morning on Sunday, 21-year-old Austin Tucker Martin reportedly got through the gate of Mar-a-Lago carrying a fuel can and a shotgun, with Martin then making it about 20 yards before being confronted by law enforcement, a deputy and 2 Secret Service agents to be specific, and you had the local sheriff saying at a press conference that the agents told Martin to drop what he was holding, and that is when he raised the shotgun to a shooting position. Right, and so that is when they say they fired on Martin and he was pronounced dead at the scene. And as of now, that's pretty much all we know about the confrontation itself. We don't know yet how many shots were fired or who among the agents actually pulled the trigger. But I will say there is an investigation underway, and the officials involved were wearing body cameras. And while the investigation takes place, you have the Secret Service agents being placed on administrative leave. Now, as far as the intruder himself, what we do know is that he's from North Carolina, and he was reported missing on Saturday by his mom. You have the New York Times speaking to some of his former classmates from high school who described him as smart, quiet, a conservative guy. And they also added that while he did talk about his opinions, he came from a pro-Trump family, and he was even in the ROTC D.C., and you had some saying that he wasn't aggressive, saying he wouldn't go out of his way to bash anybody from the left side or start arguments or anything like that. He had his opinion, and he mostly kept it to himself. Several people also said that it seems out of character and that Martin was probably one of the kinder souls they knew. This guy even reportedly had an artwork business that focused on, quote, bringing to life the hopeful feeling of being on a golf course by illustrating golf course scenes and providing framed copies of handmade works in various golf course gift shops. And so at least according to these people, the fact that this happened is shocking, and as far as what drove him to breaching a secure perimeter to Trump's house with a shotgun, that's not really clear at this point. But also with that, I'll say we may know sometime soon because you have the authorities promising a full investigation into Martin's motive. But in the meantime, what I will say is that this does feel like kind of just the latest bit of escalations as far as political violence. Just over a week ago, an 18-year-old was arrested for running at the U.S. Capitol with a shotgun in hand, and threats against politicians are skyrocketing, with Capitol Police opening nearly 15,000 threat assessment cases last year, which is up nearly 60% from 2024. But also, of course, it's not just threats, and it's not limited to one party. Last summer, Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were shot and killed in their home. And then, of course, even though he wasn't technically a politician himself, as a major conservative commentator, Charlie Kirk's assassination shocked the world. And then, of course, with Trump, there's a history. There was a moment from the campaign trail in July 2024. And then there was also the guy who was captured waiting with a rifle on a golf course in West Palm Beach while Trump was playing around in September of 2024. Right, and that guy has actually been sentenced to life in prison since. And actually, you recently had Trump himself acknowledging the repeated threats and actions against him in a press conference.
I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I?
And as far as the reaction from Trump's inner circle, they kind of took the opportunity to hype up law enforcement and go after Democrats. You had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying in the middle of the night, while most Americans were asleep, the United States Secret Service acted quickly and decisively to neutralize a crazy person armed with a gun and a gas canister who intruded President Trump's home. Federal law enforcement are working 24/7 to keep our country safe and protect all Americans. With her then going on to get in a dig at the Democrats for shutting down DHS over a lack of ICE regulations. You also had Attorney General Pam Bondi saying that she's working with federal authorities and Trump regarding what she called the intrusion and shooting at Mar-a-Lago, and you had FBI Director Kash Patel promising to dedicate all necessary resources in the investigation. But that actually then brings us to another thing we need to talk about. Because while all of this was going down, Patel was actually in Italy for the Olympics. And you had many furious to see him in Milan, accusing him of using taxpayer dollars to do Olympian cosplay. Because Patel was there to watch the U.S. men's hockey team make history as they beat Canada to win the gold medal for the first time since 1980. It was a huge game, there was a ton of fanfare, and not long after Team USA got their medals, you had a source sending a ProPublica reporter a video of Kash Patel throwing beers back with the team in the locker room. He even got to wear one of their gold medals. They all sang Toby Keith's Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue together, and as this video started circulating, you had a lot of people noting that Patel reportedly took an FBI jet to get to Italy. And you had people angry or even outright furious that Patel was choosing to spend his time and our money this way, saying things like 3 million pages of evidence of a massive child sex trafficking ring, and this is what the FBI director is doing right now. And others saying the head of the top law enforcement agency in the US should not be using taxpayer dollars to jet set across the world and get drunk with athletes. Can't imagine the outrage if a Biden appointee did this. And can someone in Congress please subpoena how much Patel's Make-A-Wish trip cost us? And others noting that there are truly a million other things Patel should be doing instead of crushing a cold one with the boys, whether it be Epstein or focusing on what's happening with Mexico, the search for Nancy Guthrie, or the situation at Mar-a-Lago. Now for his part, you had Patel defending himself by essentially saying it's his right to bro out every now and then, saying for the very concerned media, yes, I love America, and was extremely humbled when my friends, the newly minted gold medal winners on Team USA, invited me into the locker room to celebrate this historic moment with the boys. Greatest country on earth and greatest sport on earth. And while with that, you had some questioning if he was actually invited in or he invited himself. You had many angry because the American people don't pay him to watch sports. We're saying that they pay him to do a job that should keep him pretty busy and a job that many have said he sucks at. Now with that, you know,
what he does
a little, Patel definitely wasn't the only member of Trump's administration going out of their way to celebrate the men's hockey win. Or you had Trump himself posted about it several times, mainly to mock Canada. He also shared an old post from former PM Justin Trudeau that said, you can't take our country and you can't take our game. But Trump also posting an AI video of himself playing hockey against Canada, knocking players down and then repeatedly punching one in the face. He also actually personally called the team to congratulate them, laying heavy compliments on the goalie and inviting the whole team to the State of the Union this week.
We're giving the State of the Union speech on Tuesday night. I could send a military plane or something, but if you would like to, it's the coolest night, it's the biggest.
We're in.
Well, you know, some people, they had feelings about the team and Trump and this call in general. What really seemed to upset people about this call was when Trump brought up the U.S. women's hockey team. Because, you know, our women's team, they also got gold in a big win over Canada. But according to outlets like The Athletic, there was no indication that Trump reached out to the women to congratulate them on their win. And when he brought them up to the men, many felt like his remarks were pretty backhanded.
And we have to, I must tell you, we're going to have to bring the women's team. You do know that. I do believe I probably would be a piece.
Oh my
okay?
God.
To many, that sounded like Trump was saying that they have to include the women, not because they deserve celebration, but just because, he doesn't get into any woke trouble for dissing them. And to many, you had the men's hockey team seeming to laugh in agreement, and that really rubbed people the wrong way. So you had some saying, so they took pictures with the women's team, went to the game to cheer them on, praise them in the media, and in private, they laugh at them? And women in this country deserve so much fucking better. Olympic gold medalists being reduced to the punchline of a joke for everyone in the good old boys club to laugh at. All while, actually, if you look into it, for the third Winter Games in a row, U.S. women took home more gold and overall medals than the men did. Then also with this, you've had others pushing back against the backlash, defending the men's hockey players. People like Dave Portnoy saying, talking to the president after winning gold is as American as apple pie. Though again, for many, the main thing here is Patel. Right? Many saying that the former podcaster seems more interested in being an influencer, partying, getting just the connects, and of course all of it on the taxpayer dime. And sure, you did have a spokesperson for the FBI defending Patel by saying he was there to meet with Italian security officials, as the FBI had a major role in Olympic security. But even then, you had a lot of people saying it just looked like there was a lot of drinking for a business trip. But with that, what are your thoughts here? Do you think it's a valid concern, or this is kind of overblown? Any and all thoughts. But then moving on from that to the final thing that we're going to talk about today, we need to talk about, I just want to unwrap this. You had Trump offering to send a U.S. Navy hospital ship to Greenland to help with, quote, the many people who are sick, but both U.S. hospital ships are under repair in Alabama, and Greenland's prime minister said, no thanks, they have free health care, and you had Trump responding, I don't know who he is, that's going to be a big problem for him, and then he said, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, which, yeah, does seem to line up with his stance on consent. But yeah, let's break this down starting on Saturday night, where you had Trump posting on Truth Social, working with a fantastic governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, we are going to send a great hospital boat to Greenland to take care of the many people who are sick and not being taken care of there. It's on the way. And that post, it came after Denmark's Joint Arctic Command evacuated an American submarine crew member in Greenlandic waters, though it's still unclear if that's why Trump wanted to send ships. But on their Facebook page, the Joint Arctic Command said the crew member needed urgent medical treatment and has been transferred to the Greenlandic health authorities and the hospital in Nuuk. But then Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen seemed to respond to Trump's post, writing, I'm happy to live in a country where there is free and equal access to healthcare for everyone. The same approach exists in Greenland. And also Greenland's Prime Minister responded on his Facebook page, it's a no thank you from here. President Trump's idea of sending an American hospital ship here to Greenland has been noted, but we have a public healthcare system where treatment is free for citizens. This is a deliberate choice and a fundamental part of our society. That is not how it works in the USA. Please talk to us instead of just making more or less random statements on social media. And with all of that, it didn't appear that Trump was happy about it.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with them.
But then you also had Trump saying something rather surprising about the prime minister, given his proposal to help Greenland.
I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him.
What?
But that's going to be a big problem for him.
Right. Notably, Prime Minister Nielsen's comments also come as Trump's continued to make his intentions for Greenland more clear.
Now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
For over a year, Trump has pushed for U.S. control over Greenland, citing national security concerns like this. Right, and Trump has voiced his doubt that Denmark would be able to defend Greenland if Russia or China were to invade.
Not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland, but there's everything we can do.
But then also, separate from that, Trump's long questioned how legitimate their stake on Greenland is altogether.
The fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also.
But getting back to national security, U.S. control over Greenland, it also gives way to Trump's Golden Dome, right? A missile defense system that would
fucking low
supposedly
IQ.
protect
I
the United
can't stand
States.
it when
What
you
if a foreign
speak. You
country
stupid
launched a
fucking
missile at the
traitor.
United States of America? We would need control over the Arctic in order to shoot that missile down. Our entire missile defense system depends on that Arctic security.
Now, how effective that dome would actually be, that's been a subject of debate. There have been a lot of comparisons to Israel's Iron Dome, but as many experts have pointed out, Israel is about the size of New Jersey, so the logistics of interceptor missiles, it would have to work a bit differently. Whatever the case, Trump cited these types of concerns for why he appointed Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry as U.S. Special Envoy to Greenland in December. Right, and then also with all of this, there's been speculation that Trump has interest in Greenland's natural minerals, though the president has denied those claims.
We need Greenland for national security, not for minerals.
But whatever his actual aims may be, Denmark and Greenland's prime ministers, they've been vocal about demanding respect for Greenland's borders. Right, but really, I wouldn't recommend anyone hold their breath waiting for that, because it does seem like this bulldoze mentality, it's become the president's foreign relations policy, whether it be Venezuela, Mexico, or any of our trade allies. And actually, as Trump continues to bully his way through foreign affairs, tensions with our NATO allies continue to rise. Just using Denmark, for example, they've been a key NATO ally since 1949, but since Trump's push for Greenland has continued after Denmark rejected even discussing selling the island, the strain's been clear. Among other things, you're seeing demonstrations play out in Greenland and Denmark with the slogans being "Make America Go Away." Right? Many have put that same slogan on very familiar red caps across both countries. And this kind of rift in how America's been operating internationally, it's freaked a lot of allies out, and there's very little trust out there. I mean, Trump's even tried to weaponize tariffs against our allies who supported Greenland, and those countries are between a rock and a hard place. Right? They want to be in a good relationship with the United States, but they also have an obligation to protect Greenland from American pressures. And then at the same time, they have to consider the very real possibility of the United States effectively dissolving that allyship under the Trump administration. But also, that doesn't seem to be a concern for those in power.
I think our alliances in NATO ultimately are something that's going to work out. Our partners understand the importance of the U.S. presence in NATO. Without the U.S., there is no NATO.
But, the questions here, they still lie in whether Trump's foreign relations are more about conquest and financial gain or the interest of American citizens. So if it's the latter, he's dropped the ball. But according to a poll conducted just this month, it found that 72% of adults surveyed do not approve of how Trump is handling Greenland. Even Republicans in the study were almost split in half over this. And actually, the poll also found that only 38% of participants approve of what's happening with immigration and only 36% approve of his foreign policy. And then, as it relates to tariffs, before the Supreme Court shot down his global tariffs last week, a poll earlier this month found that 64% of Americans disapproved of his tariffs. And so with all this, while there are a number of concerns, one that stands out is, what does it mean for a president to continue to exclusively make decisions at his own behest while his constituents continue to speak against them, right? And that's why you have Democratic political leaders like AOC sharing the same concerns for what they see as the bigger picture here.
They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox.
And as that concern over, just how forceful Trump and his administration has become continues to bleed over into questions around authoritarianism, it seems to be that a chunk of the American population are walking a tightrope until the dust settles in 2028. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Monday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is going to end. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hitting that like button. Of course, I'll see you right back here tomorrow for another daily dive into the news. And until then, stay safe, stay sane.
Good at memorizing cards and where things are?
Tobey Maguire convinced the world that he was the nice guy of Hollywood. He was quiet, reserved, and subtly charming. But over the years, the cracks in the facade began to form, and his once calm demeanor was now seen as a way to protect his secrets from being revealed. Like his involvement with some Hollywood bad boys who were up to no good, a film he made that led to a very serious lawsuit, vicious fights with paparazzi, which all built up to him allegedly running an illegal poker game where he hustled other celebrities and Wall Street executives out of tens of millions of dollars. And when you consider that Tobey pretty much disappeared from Hollywood around the exact same time all of his secrets were coming to light, it became harder and harder for fans to see him as
I'm hungry. I'm gonna come at 6:30 if that's all right. All right, bye. So I will leave in 5 minutes for family dinner.
just a humble, hardworking actor. This is the double life of Tobey Maguire, known to the world as the greatest Spider-Man ever, but he may have just been a psychopath with a master plan to get filthy rich. Starting with how he claims to be a childhood prodigy destined for greatness, even though it was technically his friendship with Leo that made him a household name. In the 1980s, Tobey Maguire's mom, Wendy, offered him $100 to study acting instead of becoming a chef. Within a year, Maguire loved it so much that he actually dropped out of high school to pursue a career in Hollywood. However, what might be seen as a mom wanting the best for her son turned out to be an act of desperation. His home life was unstable, and Tobey found himself moving around constantly while finding commercials to help Wendy pay the bills.
I think initially, because I moved around to so many different schools, socially it became really difficult for me to integrate into the school and the social thing with the kids, and I became really, well, in 6th grade, I remember I went to school in Palm Springs and I got like morning sickness for the first month. Every day I would get nauseous, and I realized later it's because I was so nervous about, you know, meeting new kids. And then I left there abruptly and moved to a couple different schools the following school year. And I think I just wanted to give up on forming new relationships.
Performing became Tobey's entire life. He knew this was his destiny. He said, "I'm self-aware enough to understand that it's statistically very hard to achieve the position I'm in, but I also think I have a lot of ingredients that are right for the path that I've chosen. I find the way, like water. I like to be productive. I'm constantly reflecting on personal progress. And since I was around 15, I knew I'd be successful. Since I was 17 or 18, I always knew I wanted to live a great version of my life. And so I got those ideas, and they have been North Stars to me." Tobey seems to approach his Hollywood career like a corporate CEO executing a plan. No matter what, he finds a way, which is probably why he wouldn't want to admit this, but Tobey's key to success in Hollywood was becoming friends with Leonardo DiCaprio. Leo described how they first met in the 80s. "I literally jumped out of the car. I was like, Tobey, hey. And he was like, oh yeah, I know you, you're that guy. But I just made him my pal. When I want someone to be my friend, I just make them my friend." Tobey didn't realize it at the time, but he just became friends with a future Hollywood legend. But in the beginning, Tobey and Leo were always auditioning for the same role, and with a competitor like DiCaprio, Maguire lost almost every time. But since Leo was a good friend, he'd do his best to get Tobey a supporting role or a guest spot in whatever he was hired for. The two earliest examples were the TV series Parenthood and 1993's This Boy's Life, where Leo got the main role but managed to get Tobey a tertiary role. But even in their personal friend group, Leo outshined Tobey with his natural charisma, while Tobey was the introvert keeping to himself.
Congratulations on your movie, and I hope you do well in Canada. Thank you. Okay, and hold on. Okay, and can we get a token black guy in here or something?
Yeah, that's a lot of famous actors.
And as the two would continue to grow in fame, they would start to develop a bad boy reputation behind the scenes. Leo and Tobey formed an entourage notorious for chasing women and allegedly assaulting innocent people. It became so controversial that they would try to remove any evidence that this ever existed, because if anyone was able to validate these stories, it had the potential to destroy their careers. By 1993, Tobey Maguire got a taste of fame before he even got his first big break, all because his best friend had just starred in What's Eating Gilbert Grape alongside Johnny Depp. While it didn't make much at the box office, the biggest names in Hollywood were now familiar with DiCaprio. Suddenly, Tobey found himself doing ride-alongs with Leo where they would go clubbing, hit exclusive restaurants, and experience what it is like to be members of the industry's upper class. The inner circle consisted of Tobey, Leo, Lucas Haas, and Kevin Connolly, but it also included aspiring or soon-to-be megastars like David Blaine, Jay Ferguson, Josh Miller, Ethan Ethan Suplee, and Scott Bloom. As DiCaprio continued to get more and more famous through movies like The Basketball Diaries, The Quick and the Dead, and Romeo and Juliet, all of the young guys around him elevated in fame just for being his friend. The only person who claimed to hold on to his own identity was Toby. He refused to talk too much about his relationships and made serious efforts to look as polite as he possibly could on camera.
Now, how do you get involved with those creeps?
Bunch of punks.
Are you really good friends with Leonardo DiCaprio?
I've been friends with him for years, like 11, 12 years.
Yeah, you're on his level.
But I have even talked to David Blaine about this. He said, hanging out with Leonardo DiCaprio, my whole identity got lost. I became Leonardo DiCaprio's friend and part of his posse, and it was very upsetting.
Screw that.
That didn't bother you.
You don't find that bothersome?
I've always been the like independent, quiet one, and I keep myself separate in terms of like press and all that, and you know, otherwise I'm just his friend. And I understand what David's saying. There's definitely, he gets a lot of attention. You know, the guy's very magnetic. He's like Marlon Brando or something, you know.
And as a result, he started building his own star power, like his roles in The Ice Storm and Deconstructing Harry. Directors and producers picked up on his quiet demeanor, and he started being typecast as a quiet and reserved nerdy guy in larger films. According to Kevin Connolly, Leo was definitely the ringleader, but Toby was also a superstar in the making.
Even like Toby was a guy who was just always right. And they were like, all right, this guy, he was just like, his picture was just on everybody's wall. Like, the right thing is going to come along.
Yeah.
He's a guy that his career was inevitable.
The years 1997 and 1998 were the first golden era for Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio. Leo's latest film, The Titanic, essentially made him the world's most popular actor for several years. His part as Jack Dawson made him a global symbol. Meanwhile, Tobey had finally made his way into major award-worthy films with a brief but memorable part in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and a starring role in Pleasantville alongside Reese Witherspoon. Neither was an absolute blockbuster like Leo's film, but both became cult classics that fans obsess over. He was also in the process of filming Cider House Rules, a movie that would go on to win 8 Academy Awards and get 30 nominations. Now, for most actors, this would be a dream come true, but Tobey's relationship with Leo was about to threaten his nice guy persona, and according to people who worked closely with him, he was willing to do anything to make sure his true nature remained a mystery. In 1998, New York Magazine published an expose article titled Leo, Prince of the City, which was about DiCaprio, Maguire, and the rest of their friend group. The group was infamously named as the Pussy Posse, although actor Kevin Connolly vehemently denies that they gave themselves this name.
You were very famously a member of the Posse.
Or what channel is this?
Leo DiCaprio, Tobey Maguire, David Blaine, all these guys. Who got
David
the most
Blaine, wasn't he a rapist?
Well,
or whatever. Was there a rape? Did David Blaine have rape allegations? Was my memory wrong? Oh my god. Oh my god. I wonder if they're all part of the whole thing, the whole cabal.
First of all, if I could set that straight, you know, that was there was a New York Magazine article written years ago, and the writer of the magazine coined that phrase.
Got it. You guys didn't coin yourself that.
With my hand on the Bible, I
David Blaine was a creep.
Swear to you, never, ever, ever, in any capacity, have myself or any of our friends ever referred to ourselves as the Posse. This guy wrote it, and it stuck.
Now, according to the journalist Nancy Sales, the P Posse wasn't a name she had come up with herself. It was just something she kept hearing when she would follow closely behind members of the group. In her own words, the group's core members constitute a frat house of young men, some of whom are actually famous, like Leo. There's Lucas Haas, who has not yet become Leo, and Tobey Maguire, the pensive youth in The Ice Storm, who is perhaps waiting to. She also went on and described Leo's insane star power, where he would get into clubs where Mariah Carey would have to wait in line, along with a growing group of friends in the outer circle who would buy him drinks as soon as he asked for them. Without being able to reach Leo directly, Nancy would have to rely on down information from bartenders and waitresses. One of them stated, "He does not teep. He gets his friends to go to the bar for his drinks. He was in here with Julie Delpy. I could not understand it. She's a very nice girl. French. He is cheap." In return for their loyalty, Leo would pay his friends back using his fame to improve their careers, like how he appeared on TLC with David Blaine to help him promote his very first TV special.
When you did magic to me, at that party, it was right in front of my face. It was, one-on-one. I couldn't help but be interested again. So why are you now doing a TV special? I mean, I'm curious. How do you think your stuff is going to translate? It's so different than what's been done before.
I don't work with fancy props. There's no beautiful showgirls. There's no elaborate sets. I work with people. It makes the magic spontaneous. It's like everybody's trying to do the next biggest special effect. I mean, it gets bigger and bigger.
However, rumors circulated that the P Posse members were prone to spiraling out of control. One allegation was that Leo would pelt people with grapes and trash before getting his chauffeur to help him escape. Toby and the other guys allegedly set off stink bombs in exclusive bars and clubs and would start fistfights with paparazzi. Now, if this were the actions of 14 and 15-year-old suburban boys, it would probably seem normal. But these guys were famous and approaching their mid-20s, which makes the behavior less excusable. But of course, what gave the P Posse their name was how they allegedly interacted with women and tried to get them into bed by any means necessary. In one instance, they reportedly tried to get DiCaprio with the actress Elizabeth Berkley. A publicist named Karen Tenzer apparently told Berkley at a party, "Jay Ferguson and Leo are going crazy for you, and they want you to come to Elaine's after this, without Roger Wilson," her boyfriend at the time. But when Elizabeth refused, the group allegedly started calling her house. The next morning on my voicemail, says Berkley, there was a message from Jay saying, "Hey baby, Karen gave me your number. We're going out to dinner later. We want you to come." Berkley didn't know that the publicist was basically just a plant trying to coerce her into hanging out with the P Posse. And according to Berkley, the publicist left her 7 different voicemails. She stated that Karen said, "Why didn't you call Jay back? Your presence is requested here." Her tone was very impatient. And I said, "What? Are you trying to deliver me to these guys, Karen?" And she said, "Well, you know." At this point, Berkley was obviously scared and decided to involve her then boyfriend, Roger Wilson. Wilson told New York Magazine that he tried to set them straight without escalating the situation. "I know you guys are having a great time and the town is your apple, but not this part of town. I don't know how this got started, but I'm just asking you to please not call my home again. And Elizabeth has asked please that you not call her again, okay?" According to Wilson, one of the boys from the posse lashed out saying, "We'll call whoever we want, and if you don't effing like it, then why don't you come down here and tell us to our face?" Unfortunately, it did escalate, and it got to the point that the posse allegedly confronted Wilson in front of a hotel, punched him in the throat, and then ran off to avoid ruining their reputations. And even though this was a massive expose on one of Hollywood's newest stars, nobody ever corroborated these stories. There was nothing in Nancy's story that could prove it was true without some kind of physical evidence. However, there was something that came out later that did have some people thinking those allegations might hold some weight, and it came in the form of a short film called Don's Plum, which was so bad that it actually led to a lawsuit where Toby and Leo gave sworn depositions. Don's Plum was filmed in 1995, and it was an extremely weird indie film where Toby and Leo act like extremely cruel young guys to women.
Stop looking at me like that. I'll throw a bottle at your face, you goddamn whore.
But what made it interesting was that it was scarily similar to Nancy's claims in the P Posse expose article. The indie film followed young guys in their 20s who met at a diner to complain about life, flirt with women, then insult those same women, insult each other, and the conversation slowly devolve into awkward power games and emotional manipulation. The cast even reflected the dynamic of the posse in real life. Leo was in the center as Derek, but the character was highly judgmental and insulted people for their sexual orientation or race, also frequently using the F slur. Meanwhile, Toby was in a supporting role as Ian, a shy and reserved guy who would laugh at Leo's jokes while secretly wishing he could shamelessly sleep around and get his 15 minutes.
Okay, I gotta go to dinner now. Sorry. And I will be gone here like, I don't know, an hour or 90 minutes or something like that. And I love you guys. Thank you so much. I will go and eat dinner, and I will be back. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to pause this video and stop this stream. Oops, let me... Oh, Kitty, I'm getting up, though. We're gonna... Hi, Kitty. Hi guys, I love you. What's up? It's back. It's 8 o'clock and I am done with my evening meal. I've had some wine and I am here to go out and do some BST, I think. Gonna record now, go back to the Patrick CC video, and here we go.
Leo was in the center as Derek, but the character was highly judgmental and insulted people for their sexual orientation or race, also frequently using the F slur. Meanwhile, Toby was in a supporting role as Ian, a shy and reserved guy who would laugh at Leo's jokes while secretly wishing he could shamelessly sleep around and get his 15 minutes of fame.
You want to go do sandwich still?
I want to go do sandwich flow.
See? I have a bread.
Your bread. Wheat toast. Lettuce. Shredded up. You know, the usual.
And you want very well done chicken.
Right, not too well done. Okay, sweetie?
Okay.
DMCA.
Released. According to the producer and director, Dale Wheatley, as well as his co-producers, the possible release of Don's Plum made Toby lose his mind. After hearing about the first version of the film that was intended for release, Toby allegedly got his manager involved to try and remove any of the improvised lines that would hurt his image as an up-and-coming actor.
I believe Toby and his manager wanted to view the movie to make sure that Toby's performance was up to par, that it supported that he's a really good actor. I think they had maybe some concerns that he came across a little bit weak on film.
And there must be some truth to this allegation because Toby would end up shooting additional scenes after that dinner table scene to make him look even better. But after the first screening, Maguire did everything he could to shut it down before it went global.
He started suggesting that there was shady business about Don's Plum and that he had a problem with that, and he felt like we were withholding from him and from the others information that they should know about, and that we haven't been on the up and up from the beginning. And Artie was kind of having none of it, and Artie was like, what do you really want? Toby, why are you here? Why are you really here? And the thing started boiling up, probably as the macaroni was boiling up. And finally, Toby loses it. He comes completely undone and he starts screaming, I want Don's Plum to burn! And he's screaming and his veins are coming out on his neck. And it was just rage, pure, unadulterated rage.
Leo seemingly felt the same way, and he allegedly made the posse turn on the director in a private meeting.
In a way, life was starting to imitate art. Leo was becoming more and more like Derek, the way he acted, the things that he said. He knew that we had been already invited to Sundance. He goes, this movie isn't going to be in Sundance. My agents run this town and they run Sundance, and believe me, that movie's not going to be in Sundance. Your movie's not going to be anywhere. My agents run this town.
In response, Dale Wheatley's legal team eventually had to get involved to save the film. What followed was a countersuit from Toby and Leo, claiming that Don's Plum was supposed to be a short film and they had been lied to from the very beginning. But when Toby finally got the chance to speak up and give his deposition, he didn't say much, and he always looked as if he was hiding something.
Did you voice any type of objection to Don's Plum being anything more than a short?
I don't recall.
Did you hear anybody else object to that?
832 damage.
On the other hand, Leo was much more straightforward that this was nothing more than improvising, not a real film.
I'd never had any intention of doing a feature film. The agreement had always been that this was a short film. I would never go in for one night and improvise with my friends and make a feature film. There's no way I would ever do that.
Regardless of which details of this story you believe, it's pretty clear that the reason they did not want this film to be released was because it made them both look like disgusting pigs at a time when their careers were about to explode. Director Dale Wheatley lost his lawsuit and had been essentially blacklisted ever since. When it came to the movie itself, Don's Plum was officially released in 2001, but eventually banned from being distributed in the US and Canada, which is why very few people even know it exists. They successfully dodged a major bullet, and as a result, Toby continued to ascend and become a major Hollywood star. His efforts to be portrayed as a nice guy were paying off, and he was about to become a billion-dollar asset that would kick off Marvel Entertainment's absolute dominance in Hollywood. In 2001, Sam Raimi was tasked with making a live-action adaptation of the comic book Spider-Man, a classic superhero story about a young, socially awkward guy named Peter Parker who gets special powers after being bitten by a spider during a field trip. Raimi's mission was to depict the most relatable and believable superhero of all time.
Well, I try to always be true to the character of Peter Parker and deal with him honestly, like in any dramatic motion picture. Sometimes in the comic book movies, they take a step back from reality, even when dealing with the characters. But I decided to take a different approach and make it as real as possible so that the audience believed that they could believe in this hero, in this man. And that was really my guide all the way through the performance pieces.
Some actors considered for the role included DiCaprio, Freddie Prinze Jr., Jude Law, James Franco, Jason Schwartzman, Jake Gyllenhaal, and Heath Ledger. However, Raimi felt the only logical choice had to be Tobey Maguire.
In Sam's mind, I think I was the guy, but the studio wasn't sold on me immediately.
And when they weren't sold on you, isn't it true he went and shot some film with you to prove to them that you'd be a good Spider-Man?
It was a bit of a process. At first we did like an audition on videotape in a little room, and they got it. Took them a couple weeks to see it.
Were you insulted?
My ego was rubbed a little bit, you know.
And once Tobey got the part, it was clear this was the role he was born to play. He captured the spirit of the everyday kid and was able to share a kind of vulnerability on screen that made guys in high school empathize with his character. A lot of young guys
I like Elijah Wood a lot more than Tobey Maguire, and I think of them as the same actor, which is so weird.
To the loss of a father figure and struggling with adolescence.
He's a superhero, but as you said, he's a normal, kind of ordinary kid who's an underdog. I love underdogs, you know. He gets picked on by the bully. He doesn't know how to share himself with the girl that he has great affection for. It's difficult for him.
On the other hand, the movie was able to share action sequences that were fun and didn't take themselves too seriously until it was necessary. As much as Tobey Maguire was perfect for Spider-Man, a lot of the credit goes to Sam Raimi for understanding that Tobey had a true talent for looking innocent and shy. Spider-Man was a coming-of-age film just as much as it was a superhero movie, and even with a massive budget of about $139 million, it managed to rake in over $800 million at the worldwide box office. Tobey is just a childhood hero of mine. No matter how great Tom acts, Tobey's just the greatest in my heart. With massive critical and box office success, the second Spider-Man movie went into production almost immediately. It followed a similar formula to the last movie, where Peter Parker had to face off against a villain named Otto Octavius, or Doc Ock, after he lost his mind trying to play God. Even with all the success of the first film, Tobey was a little hesitant to get deeper into the role. He had just starred in the Oscar-nominated movie Seabiscuit and always saw himself as a more serious actor. Tobey really seemed to worry about getting attached to a franchise that could prevent him from accepting more challenging roles.
What I liked about it was Sam's approach to the whole movie. You know, when I first heard about it, I was a little reluctant about the idea. But I went and talked to Sam, and he just talked about it from the standpoint of character. He really wanted this to come from character, you know, these real kind of people, and a coming-of-age story about this kind of ordinary kid who becomes a superhero and who's struggling with the big questions in life, along with like the regular personal stuff and desires. And I really liked that approach, and I thought it would be interesting to bring, you know, my sensibility together with Sam's for this kind of movie.
And once again, this proved to be the best decision for Tobey's career. The amount of money that Spider-Man 2 made at the box office was almost identical to the last. Not only that, but it's widely considered to be the best Spider-Man movie of the entire franchise. I personally like the first one more though. Tobey's salary was to the tune of $17 million, officially making him a member of the Hollywood elite. It was like all of his childhood dreams of making it big had officially become a reality. As a kid, I was very poor. I mean, it's all relative, but we would get groceries from neighbors. I always had a roof over my head, but I slept on couches of relatives, and some nights we wandered into a shelter. My family had food stamps and government medical insurance, and I wanted to get out of that, so my ambition was initially to make money. I was pretty driven, and with all this newfound wealth, Tobey got into hobbies with a bit more risk. In 2004, he started playing competitive poker and quickly discovered he had great skills beyond acting.
Are you good at memorizing cards and where things are?
Well, yeah, I'm okay. I'm pretty good at that.
Like, what's your biggest win sitting down and playing poker, if you don't mind? I'm just curious.
You know, I played in this tournament, which it's different than playing in the cash game, and And, it was a fairly big win.
Fairly, but no, like, is it more than $50,000?
It was more than 50,000, yeah. A little bit more. A little bit, yeah. So it was a big win.
Wow.
Very big. But I didn't risk that much money in order to get that.
Look, like I'm the wife. Listen to you tell me.
But for Toby, all of this new attention would become a serious problem. After the fans' disappointment following Spider-Man 3, it was almost like we were starting to see Maguire's mask start to slip. Like the Toby everyone was used to was just another character he was getting tired of playing. In 2007, the hype surrounding the release of Spider-Man 3 made it one of the most highly anticipated moments of the decade. But behind the scenes, things were quickly starting to fall apart. Especially when it came to introducing the villain called Venom. To Sam Raimi, the right villain was Sandman because he had more human qualities. The best thing I like about Stan Lee and Steve Ditko's Spider-Man is that they made relatable characters that I understand. Even if they were confused, like Norman Osborn, they still have goodness in their heart. When I read about Venom, which I hadn't read as a kid, I had to catch up on it when they wanted him to be in the movie, I didn't recognize enough humanity within that character to be able to identify with him properly. That's really what it boils down to. But as Spider-Man became a major asset for Marvel Studios and Sony, executives pushed for Venom because it was a fan favorite, and since they were funding the project, whatever they wanted, they got. And while the third movie in the Spider-Man trilogy ended up being the highest grossing movie yet at $885 million, the initial response wasn't nearly as positive as people would have hoped. The original consensus among fans was that the movie felt like it lacked the balance of the previous two films. On screen, you could almost feel the off-screen battle between Raimi and the executives when it came to the major villains. Ultimately, Sandman was the villain who got a large amount of screen time. The character has always been one of the villains that people can sympathize with, and because Raimi saw the humanity in the Sandman story, Venom barely received any screen time at all. Beyond giving Peter Parker a cool black suit as a symbiote Spider-Man, fans who never read the comic books had no idea what Venom was supposed to be. Venom never spoke and looked like some kind of screeching alien without any complex thought or motive. Not to mention that the rivalry between Peter Parker and Harry Osborn wasn't even completed yet. There was just too much to unpack in one film. However, there were some highlights. Possibly the most memorable part of the movie was Tobey Maguire's elite dance moves and him dressing up like a misunderstood emo teen. He was very unconvincing whenever he got mad or tried to be intimidating, which honestly made it funny.
Give me rent. You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door!
Ultimately, fans felt like this was just way too much to pack into a single movie. Too many villains, and not enough of an actual story. Also, Tobey Maguire just didn't seem to be as into the role of Spider-Man as he once was. Fans started to wonder if he actually cared about this role, or if he was just getting a paycheck. Plus, his body just wasn't built for stunts like other actors, and his pain from his early roles almost got him cut from the final film.
Well, I had some back pain during Spider-Man 1 and through Seabiscuit, and it got kind of bad at the end of Seabiscuit. And so what I had to do is just change some things with my workouts and stretching routine.
However, the fame and paparazzi that came along with being the star of a massive trilogy started pushing Tobey